Are we live? Is this thing working? Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're having a great day. One minute while I get everything set up. Hey, that's not GameStop. What's this? Get that out of here. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, ghouls and goblins. Let me get everything set up so we can see what is happening here. Boom. Hello, hello. Slash, good afternoon. It's well into the day, bud. I don't know if you know this. It's not morning anymore. Really? Shit. That's okay, though. Getting on post-morning sell-off made me nervous. We were scaled out at the break of the 200 here this morning. It is what it is, right? So asking everybody to scale out as well. You know, we have really good profits, you know, getting a couple extra percentages out by holding. That's nice. And, you know, we're like 8 green days in a row. You couldn't possibly expect more, could you? That would be crazy. I wonder if I can get in to my YouTube chat today. We couldn't do that yesterday. I wouldn't mind if that was a thing. And then I don't have to have a spare window open. My password, oh God. People keep track of their passwords still? I'll get that 2-factor code sent. And then we have to get like some morning tweets out. Do our social media blitz campaign. I gotta start like a stock twits account as well. Other than that, everything is good to go. I am ready to rip. I just need my phone. Okay, 1 minute. All right, so my phone was dead. That'll take a minute. I'll put that on the charger. And yeah, we're just big chilling. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Let's do those social media posts. Maybe I'll do that. Snoop post. I don't see that. Like a glove. Okay. Poster live. That's awesome. This one goes over here. Hey, stop doing that. I swear to God, that's crazy. There we go. I got it. Nailed it. That was tricky. That was hard to get figured out. It's tricky. I don't expect much today. I honestly don't have high hopes. But we're here on good days and bad days, right? So we'll just hang out and interpret everything as it comes our way and maybe go through some stuff that we had yesterday. Okay, now where's that gone? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get that over here. Boom. Okay. That I think is good. And then I could do one of these. Control Shift T, which kind of is annoying, but that's fine. That's fine. Finally, we can enjoy our coffee. Check in on Super Stonk. Is it really though? Is it really though? The trade anything day is pretty cool. I wonder if someone can beat the 30K Gengar trade. Trade in their house on GameStop credit. What do you think? Yeah, fucking sold. Good. Utilization still down, which is great. Some people picking, the hype boys are out, right? The only people who share their positions like this are those trying to sell calls. Ooh, I'm selling out of the money calls. Surprise! Get the fuck out of here. So silly. So make sure to be selling 26s and 32s if you want. Free money. Lord knows they are. There's really nothing? Is it that quiet of a day? That can't be. We're on new as well. Oh my god. We're dead in the water. Nobody wants to hang out on a red day or what? I see how it is. I see how it is. I mean, you're all out just spending those gains I worked so hard to give you. That's probably it. Yeah, why don't you just wait till after earnings, though? Or you think it's going to gap up? And I would even just be, wait until after the post earnings gap up pullback. They're smarter entries than today pre earnings. I mean, you do you, of course, but you say a large number of shares. Maybe it's better to wait. Because it's not like we just had 9 green days and are only going to have 1 red day. There's going to be about fucking 15 red days in a row. So maybe hold on. What do I know, though? I seen some creators today not even telling people to scale out of their calls. Some creators didn't even have their communities buy calls, which is crazy. Like, what are you guys even hanging out those places for? For the hope. They sell hope, and we like it. We love buying their covered calls. Which they are going to start selling, obviously, here in the next couple of days while IV is high into earnings. Furthermore, if you see earnings do good, they're really going to sell them. But that's fine. Takes 2 to tango, right? Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, not much going on. Just hanging out. Basically waiting for the end of the week, next week, and just sitting on our hands, right? Like, I know everybody wants to make money every day, but sometimes you can't do that. Man, that's crazy. 1,000 upvotes. Hey, man, I'll eat my whole fucking shoe if this kid's ever right. And I should, suck up and get them to post about my channel, but man, I just disagree with everyone all the time. That's the way of things. That's just kind of how it works for me. But if you're not in the Discord, we did the scale out notification for everybody today. Asking in the last 10 days, really, not 10 days, but I'll go all week. Scale out, scale out, scale out. You're a winner. You already won. Um, you don't want to suffer IV crush, and there's 5 days, and we're at such a green streak already that it doesn't take much to take back those gains, and then instead of scaling out at 100%, now you're scaling out at 60%, which is still fine, but I like to take those fat gains when I can. I'm on EMA 21, 50, and 200. The reds might, well, obviously, red's 200, 50 is the dark blue, and the teal or light turquoise. I don't even know what color that is. That's going to be the 21. You can use the 9 if you want, but I don't know. It's too fast. I'd rather just change time frame. Like if you're trading the 9 EMA on the 1 minute chart, you're insane. That's like tick trading. Let's get our charts open. I'm going to have to maybe close down some stuff, though. Let me finish this coffee. Damn, that's good. Not too shabby. Okay. I'm just going to shut the display off for a second. Boom. I'm invisible. All right, let me get these back on for you. Perfect. Easy. Just getting some stuff set up for us here. Squeeze this over. And honestly, I do expect a sell down today, but to what extent does it hit us, right? So, just kind of hanging out. All right, all is well. All is well. Under bearish pressure for 6 months, despite all great earnings. Well, their earnings aren't actually that great. Um, Good financial health. Well, better financial health. And new successful digital products like Power Packs, which have an extremely thin margin. But I love your biases, bud. Don't get me wrong. I'm as bullish as someone could possibly be on GameStop, but I'm also gonna shut everything that everyone ever says down. Like it's just not that good though, right? And they're already out of lunar packs, I seen. So there goes any scaling. Like how do you scale when you're running out of inventory during a beta test? That's gonna be tough. Unless the beta test is like basically a soft launch and there's already that many people there. But I've had some people sign up and they've not been invited, so I don't think everyone's there. So I think, even though it's a step in the right direction, it's not the be all end all because you can't scale it the way that you would want to. There's just not enough inventory. Which is why it's so important for people to be selling their cards back to GameStop, right? Rather than taking them out of circulation and sending them to eBay. And I think that's what happens a lot. And that's why there's potential inventory problems. However, again, steps in the right direction. We're going to see how many leases they closed out. And, that's still a long process that's taking place. Basically, just watching SG&A increase or improve. Would it be? I think it would be decrease, right? The cost to make a dollar. Oh man, kind of tired today. Might need a couple coffees. My point is they have to release their bearish pressure soon. So I think the price will go higher than 25 in December. What makes you think it's bearish pressure though? Have we not just had 2 years of bullish pressure? Because let's be honest, GameStop has not really deserved to be at the price it's been for a very long time. Like, I don't know. And I said that last earnings too. People are like, oh, this is going to blow up earnings. But if anything, we have good earnings. It's used to justify the current market cap rather than bleeding us down to the cash floor where we actually belong. I hate to be that guy. At best 16, more likely 11. Well, somewhere between the two. But to say that they have to relieve bearish pressure is a little aggressive, and like, I don't know how that would come forward. Again, just always devil's advocate. I'm not saying that we're not in an improving position, and obviously I'm in GameStop here too, right? Don't get me wrong, but I don't subscribe to that narrative. I guess that we're pushed down so much into infinity, and it's got to pop up because time and pressure, time and pressure. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I appreciate the time through the volatility, but if there was any downward pressure to be relieved, we just had it, right? We just it's relieved. It's gone. We're done with that. This was any downwards pressure being alleviated because we're now back, to trend line, which is bullish, forward-looking fair value, right? Not bearish forward looking, which is, cash flow or etc. Um, so I don't think things could get better for GameStop than they are right now. Now I know, oh, that doesn't subscribe to my narrative because I want the stock to go up and I want to be rich and make all this money. Um, I appreciate that, but I don't see it being undervalued. I think it's fairly valued. Undervalued at 19? Well, getting closer, but undervalued at 23? Well, it's not really that far under, my expectations. And I have bullish expectations, which, are not like the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? Like you take a bullish expectation, you take a bearish expectation, and the reality is somewhere in the middle, right? So if earnings are good again, it can't be the catalyst for the next higher plateau. How? How can it be the catalyst for the next higher plateau? And just because estimates were so low, like I understand we beat earnings by, a large margin. It was quite the surprise, right? I don't even know if TradingView is telling the truth about it because it was more than this, I think, right? It was like hundreds of percents, and then they adjusted it afterwards. But just because they come in and with low estimates and then you beat the estimates with a surprise doesn't necessarily make the earnings that good, because they could overestimate and we could not meet those expectations, and then all of a sudden somehow earnings are bad, right? And that would be just as invalid. It's not near the cash in hand. Cash in hand is $11, bud. Truly. 1103. Cash in hand plus 4.5% interest over the next 5 years in 2030 is only 1582. So anyone telling you, oh, they got this much cash in hand, market cap equals 10.6, and they got 10.6 cash, that's not how that works. That's debt. And I understand it's 0% debt, but it's still 100% a liability. And no one ever is going to read it as anything other than that, other than like a bullish biased investor who's, not been around the block enough, in my opinion. Again, I don't want to hate on it, but that's the reality. Because if GameStop was really undervalued, you don't think the market would take advantage of that? Honestly, if GameStop was so undervalued, you don't think any arbitrage players would jump in and scoop that up in mass? Oh, I certainly do. We see that happen lots all the time. It's like if there's an inefficiency in the market, there's so much potential liquidity to absorb any of those inefficiencies. And we don't see that, right? So, again, I know that probably upsets people a little bit. And it doesn't mean that I'm not bullish on GameStop over the long term, but they can't still buy all the phantom shares from the AI. What? From the first sneeze? Well, you would just be reducing your float. I know people say phantom shares, and sure, that's great, but it's not like they're diluting the float with the phantom shares. They're diluting the price, yes, but when push comes to shove and there's still corporate action, there's still only so many shares to go around, right? There's still out of the lending pool, etc. So, I think decreasing the float's always really good for a company. Buying back those shares, whether because you can't tell whether a share's phantom or not. Like they're in the eyes of a buyer the same, right? You can't say, oh, this share's real, this share's fake. So if they sold shares that don't exist, who do they buy them back from? You. But when they are bought back, they just disappear, just like they appeared when you bought them, right? When you bought the share that your broker didn't have, because they're selling it to you ahead of time, so you're going to fulfill that obligation in the past, and then those things pile up, right? That's the theory. Um, they're just buying it back, and it deletes the obligation, because it never existed in the first place. It was just an IOU. So you handed them the cash for the IOU. IOU a share. This is as good as one share, right? Redeemable for one share. And then you sold that back to them, or they bought it back from you. So it's not like, and then all of those obligations are just the same, right? There's no difference between real share and fake share. Like, it's just all volume, which is aggressive. I get it. It's not fair, but that's what makes them able to do it, right? Is like you can't distinguish between real and fake shares. And if I don't sell, well, then they'll buy it from someone else, or they'll print more phantom shares. Like, I mean, Mary, what did Mary Colden puts to create those shares is something they've been doing for some time. Again, I'm not privy to the specific mechanics of everything, but then they just buy IOUs back. There's like they can buy more IOUs than shares exist. There's no problem with that. They're just balancing their own books. It's got nothing to do with GameStop's books, right? They're just selling you something in the future, and then they'll buy that back. I get it. Oh, these brokers are selling more shares than exists, and that's shitty. But it's like it doesn't change anything on the accounting level. They'll have to so when they're buying them, they get nothing back, right? So if they truly are super short, then they're buying a share back to delete an obligation that doesn't affect their position, because they still have to buy back even more, right? Like, and honestly, the IOUs are good in theory. Like, what if they stopped selling you guys shares 2 years ago, and they're like, oh, sorry, we're all out of GameStop shares? That's crazy. That would be really shitty for me. Well, they buy shares at the open market all the time, right? You see, the market maker hedging, and it's like this volume is coming from somewhere. You think this is all retail volume, right? 6 million in retail volume a day. That's a little aggressive. And yeah, you'll see like that. You think these 200 million volume days come from retail? That's them clearing obligations at the open market at light speed. Oh, people, high frequency trading, but yeah, you want to get in and out as fast as possible. Like, people, I complained about this yesterday. Oh, GME. Where like, 11.3 days to cover. It's like, no, that's based on your current volume. And we're already down to 9. That's because, and why is that? The short percent has stayed the same. But why is our days to cover dropped from 11 yesterday? Well, it's because we had an increase in volume, right? So when shorts cover, you get GameStop doing 100 million volume. What was this? 187 million, 206 million, 131 million volume. That's them at the open market buying, clearing obligations in mass. And that's what you're waiting for, is the volume, right? So absolutely, I think they come to the open market and buy shares to clear obligations and re-hedge or balance whatever. 1,000%. I do it every day with other companies. When does the volume come in? I don't know. They're not my positions to close. It's whenever they decide to interact with them, right? The real bid and ask is exactly what it is right now. You know, you can't just magically say the price is higher than it should. Like, the whole market is a value finding device, a fair value discovery machine. And GameStop is exactly where it should be. Will it go higher in the future? Yes. But right now, it's valued fairly, in my opinion. You know, heck, it might be even a little overvalued right now, actually. But I'm being hard enough today on you guys. Like, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. I'm sorry. Until they do something tangible, we're going to sit right here and bounce, on our cash floor and like a little hype because we hit our cash floor and we all know it's a good deal and, pre-earnings run up and then it comes out we've not done anything again, you know. Well, we closed some more leases off, right? Um, but in reality, tariffs have absolutely murdered the collectible market. Trading card games escaping that, which is really good, right? Because they're printed elsewhere. Um, I want it to be better too, bud, but it's just there's not enough revenue. Like, and we're waiting to see. Like, maybe they absolutely crush it, and I'll eat my shoe here, but I expect it to be similar to last earnings, right? Just on par, which is good. It's better than it has been for a very long time, but it doesn't make it, oh, it's a $50 stock. It's worth 20 billion now. Like, no, sorry, Bob. No, I do believe that, but that's how you find fair value because it's also the bulls supporting this price. So it takes two to tango. You can't just be the only player, or there would be no market to make. If there was no short side, there would be no long side. Like you need a buyer and a seller. Um, it takes two to tango. You can't just dance by yourself. So like you don't want them to leave. Like it's good that they're there. How do tariffs work exactly? Man, that's a different stream. Companies pay more to import, uh, and then they pass that fee to the consumer. Well, no one has been selling. Like I just think that we're a small drop in the bucket. Now I know everyone wants to say, "Oh, the entire global financial system swings on these GameStop shorts." Like that's incredible. Wow, what a statement. It's absolutely insane to me. Am I bullish on GameStop and the board? Absolutely. I couldn't be happier. Do I think that the whole market belongs to us and every other company's market cap is secretly, collateralized longs on GameStop shorts? No, my God, dude, settle down. But people love selling hope and it gets you guys in the video and addicted and you're obviously obligated through your own positions. That's why you're here. But man, I have no interest in selling hope. I'd rather make you guys money. Like that's crazy. Like I'll be infinitely better for myself if I could start having you all convert rather than try to farm ad premium for YouTube. Like, oh my God, GameStop's gonna squeeze next week. Yeah, you'll get all the viewers for sure, but it's not really paying the bills. Yeah, I don't expect Kitty to come back. Literally at all, but If he does, that would be fine. I'm okay with that. But it's not something that is my investment thesis depends on. Like that's as bad as the whole market is. You know, yeah, I don't think I do though. I just don't subscribe to any of it. I understand that everybody has an opinion, and this is my opinion, right? So, um, I think that those people get hung up on, it's like a goose chase, right? And now you're focused on all these obscure things and trying to figure out the puzzle pieces instead of just learning how to trade, which is not hard to do, right? We literally walked you guys in easy over 100% gains, like. But by all means, chase FTDs and and all these crazy theories. Like, it's just a waste of time. Why wouldn't you uh, learn how to trade instead, and then you could actually make money for once? Not that you're not making money. I don't know that, but I see all these fucking comments on Superstonk, and it's just like, man, I just got to give my head a shake sometimes. What do you do though? Like, I'm not here for a crazy short squeeze narrative. Do I think that there's something suspicious going on that I'd like to see unfold? Absolutely, but it has zero bearings on why I'm here and stay here. I'm here for volatility on an appreciating asset long term, and that has a lot to do with the board, right? I really appreciate Larry. I super appreciate Ryan, and I don't think there's a lot of others like them. It's just an EMA ribbon. MA ribbon, EMA close, 21 close, 50 close, 200 close. I don't use the 100. But the reality is, with GameStop's market cap being 10 billion, you know how easy it is to float any shorts on that? So even if you are short 100% of the float, oh my God, I'm short $10 billion of GameStop. Oh no, right? Who cares? $10 billion is nothing to these people. Even if you're short $100 billion of GameStop, they don't care. But people are like, that would be 10x the float. Even if they were 100 billion short, 10x the float, you don't think they can clear that obligation if they wanted to? They could. They absolutely could clear that. And that's, we're back on business. GameStop's over. But they think, you know what, we're going to continue to push pressure and maybe we can, swing the market down and maybe they capitulate, right? Because that's easier than clearing your obligations and paying $100 billion or whatever. Because, there's plenty of money to pay for GameStop shorts. Don't kid yourself. It wouldn't, it's 10 billion. They could be multitudes short of the float and it's still not that much. So, I don't, the whole world hinges on games. Like, that's crazy. So if I was a legacy short, I would continue to float my short position as well, because in reality, I can handle the swings. Because I go from owing 100 billion to maybe it really pops up, and this one day I owe 200 billion. That's fine. Look at how much they've pumped up their collateral. You think Nvidia is really going to crash to the point where they started pumping it to? Nope. Nvidia is never going back to $20. I hate to tell you, but they're fine. The short side on this is gonna be okay. Will they capitulate one day? Absolutely. Right? But they started pumping Nvidia back here at $20. in 2023. Even before then, like, come on. They're going to be okay. The market participants have more than enough money, in my opinion, to cover any GameStop legacy shorts. They just choose not to, because why would you capitulate when you think you're going to win? Just like us. Why would you sell when you think you're the winner? Both sides are still very much committed. And that is what I like. That's the best thing. Why would you but you are timing the next squeeze. Just by having exposure, you're timing the next squeeze. You don't have to know when the squeeze happens to time it. All you have to do is maintain consistent levels of exposure to the squeeze when it does happen, right? So during that time, we scalp around our core position, and that core position is the remaining exposure that we're not willing to relieve, right? So, whether it be 75%, 50%, that's the whole game, right? And now we start add options on top of that, right? So now we're getting, basically magnitudes of exposure for periods. Obviously, you can't, hold options 100% of the time, or you'll lose. But there are periods of times through specific entry models and timeframes, like a pre-earnings run-up, where you can kind of magnify your exposure, right? And then there's times where it looks, okay, there's a death cross on the S&P 500, the market's going to retrace and it looks like a recession. You can limit your exposure, right? You can reduce the risk as well. Not always magnify it, right? Sometimes you want to hedge that. Why would I short a company I'm long on? Just because I think I think we're overvalued, and that's why I've scaled out my exposure. Because I think GameStop's overvalued right now. So I've limited my exposure. I'm pulling back. Doesn't mean I'm not long overall. But I'm saying scalp. I'm not saying open up naked shorts. Like, man, that's so crazy. Y'all are so extreme. Why can't you just scale out longs? Again, just because I say GameStop's overvalued doesn't mean I'm ready to take a bearish position. You could be selling, speaking of bearish positions, if you wanted, you could sell covered calls. IV's up, earnings is going to fucking crush. That's free money. And you see Superstonk selling them. You think this is fucking coincidence? You geniuses? Where is it? Oh, is advertising positions okay again? It is when you're selling calls to the dummies. LOL. Where is it? Did they delete it? There. You think it's good to be buying 32 calls on the IV high after a 9-day run? Fuck out of here. I try. So I'd rather be realistic and say, you know what, we're overvalued right now, than be like, hey, buy some 32 calls, everybody. Look what I'm doing. Like, woohoo. Because it's, you got to realize that you are worth $10 billion. So, it's big swings in market cap when we're going up, to $32 from 24, 25. Like, you know how much money that is? Well, for us, it's a lot, but for GameStop, it's a lot. So it's going to take you might have swaps roll and you might have volumetric events, no doubt. But to really have legacy shorts capitulate and be like, we're done with this, we have got to fuck off, it's going to be so much more than power packs, right? It literally is. It's something. I don't know what it would be, because GameStop could sell, like, if they wanted to make money, they could sell limited edition collector's items. And I'm sure they'd print, like a limited edition Buck the Bunny figurine that's 1 out of 1,000, right? And each one of them sells for $1,000. And it's just like hardcore collector item. There's 1,000 dummies out there going to buy it. It is what it is. It's the greater fool. So, if they're willing to convert their dollars, that's fine. And that's what, good companies are predatorial. And that's kind of why Power Packs is good. Um, like, what's good for the company is not always good for the consumer. That's why I know that's unpopular opinion because we like to be good people, but look at Robinhood, for example. You know, very high profit margins. They're killing it. Revenue is great, but consumers' best interest in mind? Maybe not, right? And that's why they're so successful because they're like, milking the consumer. So we'll probably need more of that if we are going to ever shred faces. I don't think options are a scam. Where are you getting that idea from ever? I love options. What I'm saying is that these people sell you out of the money options that are good for them. They're selling you this. The only reason you think it's a scam is because you're the one buying what they're selling. I wouldn't be buying any calls right now. I scaled out my calls. I sold mine today. But y'all do you. Much love. Anyone who's listening to me, though, should be profitable right now with exposure remaining, right? So what are you getting? 20 plus 5th of December 25s. Wow. I mean, they're cheap as all hell. That's $3 a call. I mean, yeah, okay, $60 YOLO. Sure. But that's how you do it, right? Like if you did want to be like it's a matter of size. Like to be spending thousands of dollars on this, you're retarded. You should you're going to probably kill yourself. I shouldn't say that, but $60, $100? Sure, that's like dinner money to people, So if you do lose it, which again, there's about a 99% chance of losing this bet, option details, there's a 7% chance that you are a winner, right? Of course, you could see price improvement. You don't have to have it go all the way, but yeah, not a great play at all. Pet rocks could be the future. Honestly, they could sell pet rocks as long as they were numbered in limited edition. You couldn't just sell generic pet rocks. They would have to be, oh, I got pet rock 300 out of 666, right? Or whatever it happened to be. They have to be limited edition and numbered. That's a big deal, is to be like, because it confirms the scarcity of it, right? Like there was only this many made, and this proves that. Financial predators will not capitulate, but bankruptcy will force them out of their abusing price manipulation. They're not folk. They're not looking at bankruptcy. I don't think. Again, I'd love to be wrong. Citadel's doing just fine. They're doing better than they were when we started this. We're a thorn in their side at best. To think that you're like the guillotine to these financial giants is insane. Like, it's almost like someone's giving you that false confidence for a reason. And what would you use that self-confidence to do? Maybe buy a risky out-of-the-money position? It's a story old as times. It's the same thing over and over again. Maybe one of those rocks has a limited edition Pokemon card in it. Yeah. And what happens if the Pokemon fade dies, right? Then what? Not even that it dies, but pulls back. Because right now, we're market's at all-time highs. People have plenty of walking around money to blow on Pokemon cards, and that's why, you see the prices so inflated, right? Why would that continue? I'm sure it does, but trends change. I don't know if you know this, but there's plenty of collector's items that are now irrelevant that were one day coveted items. right? So just because they're selling really good now doesn't guarantee them selling really good in the future, right? Am I grateful? Absolutely. Yeah, we needed a win, right? So it was good to get one. Um, but we need more. And that's the truth of it. Because I don't think we should just be like, oh, Power Packs has, saved us. Um, we need more. But again, I don't know that. I just think that based on last earnings, all right? Um, collectibles were up as a percentage, even when hardware was up. But we need more. Like, it'll be better once we have all those leases dealt with. And when GME capitulates the whole market, NRC/GME buys all stocks, then what? Well, I don't think that would happen. Buys all stocks? Like what? What is that? You mean an index fund? Aren't they already long on a JP Morgan fund? Yeah, but see, that's the danger, just like spewing things that you've heard before to confirm your bias is like has zero bearing on a successful trade. Long time listener, first time caller, appreciate the level headed perspective. I used to let the hype and potential of GameStop cloud my ability to trade the stock for profit in the present. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? And I'm not like, so even though I talk shit like nobody else's business, I still am. I've got 100% of my portfolio in GameStop. Like, I couldn't be more bullish on the stock long term. I assure you, I am here for those same reasons. But it's so easy to let that get in the way of a successful trade, right? What's the same playbook? What's Warren Buffett's playbook? Warren Buffett certainly does not buy all stocks, I assure you. If anything, that's a BlackRock playbook, but that's its own thing. All stocks aren't worth buying. Well, most of them are dog shit. You know this, right? The majority of stocks out there are not good. Could they buy a few undervalued companies that align with their core business? Yeah, they certainly could. Um, but to just be like, we're buying it all, I think that's kind of silly. Oh man, Maya, I'll be right back. My cat just threw up. She's like, don't get mad at me. I don't feel good. 1 second. Too young to know. Well, I wasn't born yesterday, and I did stay up all night, so I don't know. Oh, that you're saying that? I thought you were talking about GameStop buying all stocks, like Berkshire supposedly did, and I was saying, they definitely don't own all stocks. Like, their portfolio is limited. That's why I said it'd be more of a BlackRock thing. That's maybe the confusion there. To convert a failing company, sure, but uh, the stakes that GameStop could take, or maybe even full acquisitions, would still be quite specific and I think align with their core business, at least to begin with. On that note, I think there's a lot of collectible companies that have been beaten down, right, through the tariffs, and we see Costco suing the Trump administration for a full refund on their tariffs, maybe setting a precedence for other companies to follow and potentially Congress to step in and refund these tariffs. I don't know. But if they do, the companies that got obliterated because of it, they're gonna come back and they're gonna do so fairly quickly, in my opinion. So it could be a decent opportunity to pick up companies on the cheap without having to wait for a full-blown market crash. Yeah? Yeah, I'm not entirely sold on Funko, but that's the right idea. Right? We mentioned that once. Um, I don't have any Funkos. I know a lot of people do, but that's it's just so cheap right now. Yeah, I don't have an idea. That's correct, but neither do you, right? It is worth more than zero. It's worth $11 currently. And if you project forward, it's worth 1580. And then if you add Ryan to that, maybe you're getting 1750, right? Cuz Ryan's worth money, like I would put a couple $1 billion of market cap value just on Ryan's leadership. Where do I get 11 from the math? You realize that the bond cash is a liability. So even though cash that brings you to 1581, it's still a liability. Or I guess it brings you to 2040, right? So this is the pure cash, right? The 2040 is our pure cash. The 1581 is cash minus debt. Well, yeah, so it's cash plus interest, then minus debt, right? So it's taking the full 10 or 9 billion or whatever the fucking number is. Then it's adding 4.5% to it over, the time to 2030. Then subtracting that back because you're either diluting the float or you're paying the loan back. One or the other, you know. So minus that debt, and then if you were to just do the cash minus debt without the interest, then you're getting 11. Yeah, but it is a liability though because you have to dilute the float, right? That was a 10% float increase. So it is 100% a liability specifically to shareholders. But if they can deploy that cash appropriately, by all means. By all means. Even the 4.5 that they're getting now is not terrible. How do you not understand what a free float is, though? You are absolutely diluting the float. What do you mean? The float's not diluted until they're converted. Right now, it's just pre-baking that data in because we expect them to do just that, which makes them a massive liability. It's like you're holding a bomb that's going to deal 10% damage to you. That's not an asset. That is 100% a liability until you can deploy that cash and convert, at which point, the equation changes a little bit, but a lot of people are unwilling to accept that. Yeah, but I don't know how you why you keep coming back to that. The IOUs have nothing to do with the free float and market mechanics of. I mean, I think you're playing 69D chess with yourself. I'm sorry. Uh, and people want to over fetishize Ryan too. And I'm on that ship with you guys too. I love Ryan. He's my dad. But 69D chess, dude, he literally just had an interview saying how many times he's fucked up in the last 3 years. Where's the 69D chess, right? Oh, NFT marketplace, 69D chess, 69D chess. Fucking Loopring, 69D chess. It's like, well, he's trying. I get it. Is he a genius with every answer perfectly? No. Like, come on, you guys. Do I have my faith in him? Absolutely, implicitly so. But the over fetishization is like, it's just so dangerous. Like, why is he playing 60? Can you provide me with direct examples? No, it's just a narrative that we like to, hear and repeat, and makes us feel good. And it's fuck. I love copium too, but shit. Is he trying his best, and is he standing up to a vampiric system? Yeah, and that's what I get behind, because that's literally what Wall Street is a vampiric based system, siphoning money, from 401ks. Like, so he's not like. And honestly, if you wanted to call a guy genius, geniuses go with the flow. Like, if anything, he's a stand-up guy. He's a gentleman. He's got people's best interest in heart, and doesn't necessarily need to capitalize on their downfall for his own success. You want to actually state facts? That's the fact about Ryan. That's real delusion. I don't think selling GameStop at a high of 32 and buy, and with now cash to deploy is like, is a bad thing. Yeah, it is dilution, and it's a liability, but at the end of the day, you still need to be capitalizing off of these liquidity events, like, because it's not necessarily just about the price, right? It's about the fucking volume. So when GameStop is doing these 200 million volume days, look at it, 300 million volume on this day, and you think that's not retail? That's literally shorts going and buying IOUs at the market, right? The reason, like, they buy as many as they sell, right? If there weren't those IOUs, they wouldn't be pushing 300 million volume, for example. If you want, like, I know you're kind of hung up on that, but it's when you get volume like this, it's when the shorts are covering. And when the shorts are covering is your opportunity to be taking their money. And that's what GameStop's doing. And that's what you need to do too, right? And you will. I'm sure many of you have been, right? I mean, I know that's why I'm here. Afternoon, Bobble. How art thou? It's a slow day. I get pretty chatty on slow days, eh? I better go get a coffee, settle down a little bit. Hey, man, this is a reversal signal with a potential break of VWAP. I don't know. It looks like a rejection like we had earlier, but you got to have faith on this low volume day. What is our volume on the day? 2.83. We're coming in on lunch. That's not high. That's pretty low. So I guess, the reason I like GameStop is because you see these other companies doing corporate action that doesn't necessarily benefit the shareholder, right? That's vampiric in nature. And it's very dangerous to be involved with. So it's nice to have a banner that you're protected under, which I think Ryan provides. Again, this is my own bias. right? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. Hope you're having a great afternoon. I'm sorry to trash your favorite company. I mean, it's my favorite company too, but I see so many people say so many outlandish things. It just like it upsets me because what if you were all educated, and not to say that I am in the least, but what if we were all, uh, not going on the crazy hype train and like, we're all based in facts. The movement would spread faster. Like, yeah, you might get your friends' attention. Oh, GameStop's going to 1,000. Oh, market short on it. Yeah, fantastic, but it's just not real people don't care. They're just like, you're a lunatic. You're at, cool, dude. But if you could, you know, be realistic, I think, you're going to get a lot further with people. I'm pretty regarded. Is there a resource to better understand the order block, breaker block TA stuff? Well, if you really want to know, um, this is where I've learned how to trade from this gentleman. So any order block videos you could find here. Also, just use chatbot, right? Like this is buy side, sell side liquidity here. This video, you know, the daily bias one is good. We watched a couple of them. That's T trades, or just use chatbot. Be like, hey chatbot, teach me about order blocks. Supply and demand period. Yeah, basically. I've also been here for over 10 years though. So, I mean, you're just like, again, saying things to make yourself feel better. Like, oh, I'm better than this person. And it's cute. I mean, I hope you are. Good luck. That means you're doing well. Um, but that's crazy as all hell, man. Like, who even says something like that? I invest long term. I've been in Google for 20 years. So more assumptions. Keep doing those. They're gonna pay off long term for you. I'm feeling that. um, Crazy world though, right? I'm long term plenty on things. Do I also day trade? Absolutely. I've been taking that next step from the long term investment to you know basically full time day trading for the last 3 years. You know, pretty aggressively. Well, I am now. I haven't been 100% GameStop for the last 20 years. See, you don't even listen. You're just so willing to jump to, whatever specifically suits your narrative, it would appear. I think we found one, chat. We found a new best friend. I am really good at making friends. So I apologize. It's probably on me. What do you do? No, maybe not 20 years. 15 for sure, though. Long time. Long, long time. Yep, GME elitist. And that just goes to show that you don't even watch the YouTube channel. Because I literally talk about other stocks every single day. Uh-oh, and the broader market. Like yesterday, I gave shout outs to, actually a couple weeks ago, I gave shout outs to KITT. I said, you know what? Watch for volume. Watch for volume on KITT. And I even set up some levels. Oh, maybe we get a run. Look at that. What was this? 70 cents to $2.50? GME elitist, you settle down. Is GME the best? Yeah, but is it the only thing I do with my time? No. So you're a grifter then? Yeah, because I do all of this for free. There's no charge to my Discord, bud. This is an education based channel. And you know how I can trade GameStop and pull out these gains? From trading the rest of the market and being an actual trader who can, manage risk and, identify entry models. I'm just a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. No, I mean, and I see that too. I see a lot of these other content creators, right? They're like, hey, it's just $600 to get into my Discord. Man, that's fucking crazy, you know? I mean, maybe if I do this for 5 years and I know I'm making you guys money, like, it's this every month over and over and over again. And then, still nobody supports. Then, you know what? Maybe we charge people. But as someone who's been watching on the sideline this entire time, I can do a better job than almost all of these people. No. We need them. It's good engagement. It's good engagement. We like it. These people are overactive. It's really good for the algorithm. I'll argue with them, and it keeps me active too, right? It keeps the conversation going. It's okay. It's okay. I do not mind. And then also, it stress tests me too, right? Like when someone wants to get it after it, it allows me to show you who I am, right? Because otherwise, I'm not talking. I'm just sitting here, man. I'm doing nothing. I'm like, well, GameStop's not trading because it has zero volume. But let's hang out, wait for it. But I know Jackie, and I was a little upset with him yesterday. I think Jackie's a decent trader, though. I've seen some of his trades, and they're not that bad. But Jackie had yesterday confused our days to cover. He was like, oh, the GameStop's going to squeeze for 11 days. And it's like, well, no, because that days to cover is based on our average volume. And when we do get covering, it's 200 volume in a day. And it's not 9 days to cover. It's fucking like an afternoon. But we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Like, I'm going to say a lot of dumb shit that's wrong, too. Just like that Jackie says dumb shit that's wrong. Or Girk used to say a lot of dumb shit that was wrong. Girk was brutal. Girk sold, Pickle, I guess, if you don't know, sold NVIDIA puts to people for like 6 months during the rip. And I'm sure, just keep rolling those NVIDIA puts, chat. So, like to call people grifters is not incorrect. There are plenty of them. There are, like you could Google Linktree. And I've been online for the last 7 years playing Magic the Gathering while I trade GameStop. So, check out Hello Good Game. I play a lot of Magic the Gathering. Here's your link. And then in the Discord, I'm just hanging out in Stonkadelphia. There's a lot of Magic. People are playing Magic all the time. Memes if you have them. We have fun. It's a small, tight-knit community. You're welcome to hang out. I'm going to be doing all of my GameStop call-outs there and everything. How did he get exposed? Well, for me, I caught on during the NVIDIA puts. Because a lot of these people do have a lot of knowledge. Like, fucking, he's a smart dude, right? But you can only see NVIDIA go up every single day while having some guy, be like, oh yeah, keep loading those NVIDIA puts. Keep loading those NVIDIA puts. It's going to crash. It's going to crash. And then just to tell people to keep rolling them and to say, oh, my account is fine. I just keep rolling them. If that was your account, you would have been melted. There's no way that was, so you gotta, you take the things I say with a grain of salt, If I start saying some crazy shit, if I'm like, hey guys, GameStop's gonna squeeze, let's buy these out of the money calls. That's a red flag immediately. And be like, they got to him. They got to my boy. You should be able just to click that link. I think I posted it. Or you could Google Hello Good Game Linktree and then click on the link. I think that'll work too, right? Just join the Discord. Yeah. What's for lunch? We should get some lunch. We should get another coffee. do some more yelling. But again, I don't have all the pieces. I'm and I don't have a Reddit account that can post on Supersong. So I've been just on the sidelines the whole time, or I'd be, probably banned off this fucking forum. But at the same time, I'm here every day. I got like a 700-day streak on this motherfucker. You think you're on here more than me? Nah. And that's, you know, it's all bullshit. There's some really good stuff here, but there's also a lot of bullshit, right? There's good actors, there's bad actors. It's not just, you know, like I would not be doubtful to, Ryan, Kitty, maybe Burry having burner accounts on Reddit. Don't kid yourself. People have those, and but the short side is going to be doing that as well, right? Where they're gonna, Andrew Left's in there with his burner accounts. Oh, fucking shitty GameStop. But and that's why the place is such a shit show, right? So as much dog shit as there is here, there's still those white knights that also exist here, which is just like they're not going to be anywhere else. So you got to take the good with the bad, right? And just, try to discern for yourself. Ooh, phone call. One sec. I'll be right back. All right. Which one of you got my phone number? That's not funny. Ay, ay, ay. You're savages. You guys are monsters. No wonder they're scared of you. Yeah. Anything new? Any massive orders? Reverse repo, low, Fed cutting rates, market confidence high. GameStop holders want a market crash, though, so they're going to be disappointed when we fucking squeeze up for a whole nother year. I think the market goes up till post midterms, to be honest, but I don't know. Who's got in the money CCs? Like, so the price was at 20 and you were selling them? I sold the covered call in October for $3. And now I'm in trouble. Well, fuck, you deserve it. That's crazy. So yeah, I think you can learn a lot from the other creators. Like I think Jackie is a really smart dude. Does he need to be charging people that much for a Discord entry? I don't think so. And that's always been my opinion is like, well, okay, if these people are such good traders, why are they charging people? That is like some crazy ass greed, or they're not that good of traders. So I like to do it the correct way in tribute to Ryan, really. Like if he can be a stand-up guy, so can I, right? And I would love to do so. So you guys are going to have lots of entry models and some education as we go. So if you're just, brand new and you've not been around, we did the pre-run up. Like we've been here on the channel every day talking, and then we did like the warrants or whatever, right? Talking about that, and then while it kind of cooled off, we're like, okay, it's where we're retracing. This is a good time to do options education. So we did. So we went through all of the Greeks, taught everybody about those as best we could. And then we beforehand said, okay, earnings is coming up. We're going to wait a little bit and make some option plays, but we want them to be in the money, right? And then we actually had a technical entry model based off of Ryan's race car tweets. We did a nice play there really quick in between earnings, right? So sometimes you get movements, between the earnings play. But again, just telegraphed it all ahead of time. This is what I'm looking to do. And then, giving people the alerts. This is what we're doing while we're doing it. And this trade was red 30%, and just giving the updates day to day, saying, okay, I'm going to size in more when we get closer. And then once they announce, we're going to size in one more time. sticking to it, right? Um, and then talking about how we're scaling out into earnings all ahead of time for people. So it's easy. I've done it for years now. Honestly, like this chat goes way up. And before it was in this chat, it was just in my general chat, right? Like this chat goes to the tippy top. Long, long time of just us run like, and having some fun with it, making some gains, right? Just basically talking to myself, but I'm so used to doing it at this point that I can teach all of you to do it, and I'm happy to do so, right? So yeah, we've been having some fun. I used to do other callouts here, but I'm going to keep it just for GameStop. I don't want to, be a grifter, but I'm still doing my own trades on my own, and then I do those reviews on YouTube here. So again, this is the whole theory, and I've been doing just this for a long time. Like this is months and months and months and months ago. Sell calls on spiked earnings, right? You see the E here, and you see the IV spike and then die. IV spikes and then dies. IV spikes and then dies. IV spikes and then dies. And it's kind of crazy that IV dies right at earnings every single fucking time. Well, that's IV crush. That's not GameStop specific. It's market wide, right? And it's just, I like to do this for a company that I feel protected within, right? So you can sell calls on the week before earnings, right? Right now is a perfect time to be selling calls. I hate to say it. And then you can buy the calls in the IV low, trying to time the run up, right? And we want to get in right before it switches, so we're not getting IV burnt, or not IV burnt, sorry, theta decayed. And then, we start to sell those calls at the peak. And then we maybe sell covered calls here as well. And then we buy those covered calls back. And then we, start to scale in longs as well. And, it's just a process that's going to repeat forever, and a process that I've been, capitalizing off of for a long, long time now. Like, such a long time. So, anyways, no charge for this. Literally free. If you guys make money, you can share the channel, help the community grow, and then hopefully those people can make some money as well. And maybe finally people grasp how to actually move the price of GameStop. In the money options, at the money options. Instead of just like YOLOing all of this premium into out of the money options, making a few specific individuals in the community wealthy. Yes, sure, sell your covered calls, but there's no need to like get on Superstonk and be like, hey, look at these $32 calls I'm loading up on. Like that's fucking insane, dude. Even the 26s is too far out of the money. The 32s specifically, and I get those are 2027, so maybe that's fine, but it's just the same pattern over and over and over again. And it's a lot of wasted liquidity that could be put to good use. Aren't we supposed to add other assets to like inventory, etc.? Yeah, but that's like there's no guarantee you can sell inventory for what it's worth. So how do you add that? Like, how do you put a price on any inventory? But there are other assets to the company than just cash, and it does take into account the Bitcoin there. But no, you're right. Like all of the inventory. I don't think the link is working, or I've sent it a couple times. I don't know. This is as good as I can get, dude. Yeah, not much happening today. It's pretty chill day. I mean, we took our profits, so we're basically just waiting at this point. Watching the market continue to do its thing. I imagine we get an afternoon run here, but I don't know. But yeah, so sometimes and then GameStop even mentioned that. Ryan was talking about that in some of his, he's like, oh, I fucked up, right? The inventory was one of those things where he bought a bunch of inventory to start selling hardware, right? And then they had to sell all of this inventory at a discount, right? So that can, like, the inventory may not be an asset either. Sometimes it's a liability. So it's kind of really hard to take into account that. But it is, something that the company's already bought and then therefore an asset. But whether or not they have a positive ROI on that purchase or not is, it's not always a guarantee. I'll be right back. I'm going to hit the bathroom and grab a snack. One apple, please. Y'all eat the skins on your apple? You strike me as skin eaters. I'm just kidding. I don't think it's a bad thing if you eat your apple skin. That's fine. I'm just being a dick. Peeled apples for the win, though. Let's be honest. Gotta eat the skin. That's where all the nutrients are, right? So you gotta peel the apple and only eat the skin. Nutella and an apple? I don't know about that. I don't think I've had any Nutella in like 10 years. A long time. You guys see Martin Shekel pumping QLCS today? Man down. When you drop food and it disappears, what do you do? Clown Town. Clowns are so fun. Just look at that hair. I'm kind of got the opposite of a clown do, though. Like, I don't know if you've seen my hairline. Like, clowns are all on the side, none in the middle. I'm all in the middle, none on the sides. I got like a reverse clown. All right, let me throw this in the trash. And I'll be right back. And then we have 2 hours left in the day, 2.5. That's not bad. Pretty nonchalant day, but that's all right. I don't think. I think we just bleed down. I mean, GameStop's going to squeeze, but you guys have to keep watching the stream. Which is, I'm sure, how these other streamers are getting successful. I'm almost certain that's what they do. That's the whole thing. GameStop squeezes tomorrow live on stream. They all show up, and then the algorithm likes that, and it continues to grow, and you pile on with more people and more people. And it's so easy to just be overly hyped and bullish when you're already pushing up a green position. Right? And that's the danger of it. Because a lot of people don't realize that The majority of the traders are already selling when they're buying. And that's not necessarily, I don't think, sustainable. As far as creators goes, who would you guys like me to compete against? Who do I need to outclass? Who's the big kahuna for you guys? Because I'm 100% sure, like, certain I could do it. Well, let's check out Power Packs. Yesterday, it looked like maybe a hit campaign was coming out saying, oh, I lost all this money on Power Packs. And I don't doubt that people are losing money on Power Packs, but just there's like coordinated article like, oh, I lost so much money. Well, maybe the price of one of them changed. We gotta remember, it's not 9,000 profit for GameStop. They still only make a margin of that. I'm so jealous. Probably for the best, but yeah, there's a sell off. For Dre trading in the AM, I like Matt Course. That's a name I've not heard in 5 years. Is Matt still making content? Is that the same Matt I'm thinking of? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. He's still doing his thing. Eh? That's awesome. So when I first got on to it was Matt and Trey. You remember Trey Trades? I don't think Trey's still alive though. I think Trey might have died. Sorry. Yeah, this is definitely Matt. He's been here a long time. Poor Trey. Well, that's the difference between GameStop and AMC, baby. One guy survives, the other doesn't. Laugh on, laugh off. Or what was it, the Sprite container or something? Remember the Sprite? Oh my god, it's the Sprite cup. It's all about the Sprite cup. Yeah, I mean, I've been around a long time. Watched a lot of other content creators and just, the Subway cup. That's it. Yeah. Thoughts on Michael Burry mentioning GME? Love it. I can't wait for his recommendation to the board coming later this December. Very excited. But I'm pretty sure he's just going to be like, hey, do a stock buyback. but I don't know. Isn't that what he said last time? Right? Just literally sends them the same letter. Yeah, so I'm not a crash fanatic. Like, I know those people all want the market to crash, and well, we've been hearing that story for 4 years. Well, it just continues to pump, right? Will it crash? Sure. But will it crash to a point where it was lower than it was at the start of this whole theory? Probably not. Wouldn't a stock buyback crush our cash floor? Yep. Certainly would. But what other company do you believe in more than GameStop? Would you rather GameStop buy Funko or more GameStop? Hmm. Probably more GameStop. And then you can, by all means, do an offering when we're at 30 again, right? So it'd be cool if, the GameStop just started selling in 30s and buying them back in 20s, right? I have no problem with Ryan swing trading GameStop's cash. Like, please and thank you. And, if you don't feel safe doing it somewhere else, I get that. Even look at Bitcoin, dog shit, right? Everything's dog shit. You should feel confident doing it in your own sandbox. Warden, fuck. That is old. Yeah, it's been quite the journey. Do you think that was real? A lot of these things I feel like they're just engineered for you to see, and there is no actuality to them. But you can like shift public opinion, pretty easily with some events that are just orchestrated dog shit. I don't believe anything, man. I don't even believe myself. I've been around too long. And you know that's true too. You can't believe yourself either. Those are the lies that are hardest to determine is the ones you tell yourself. Ah! They'll get you, man. They'll get you. He lost money on options, then joined Meltdown. Or was he always part of the Meltdown and he didn't really lose money on options? He just pretended like he lost money on options to maybe attract other people to his direction. Fuck, I hope he sold the Bitcoin at 120 when he tweeted because he was like Bitcoin 120. Yo. Fuck, I hope he tweeted that right after the sell. I don't know. I don't think so though, because I think we've seen it still on our report last earnings, right? And I think that 120 was before that. But I don't know. I dream. I dream that GameStop doesn't hold any Bitcoin. I'd rather them have bought Newegg. I asked GameStop to buy Newegg at $10. Fuck. No one ever wants to listen to me though. I get it. I even have it marked 933 GameStop. What the hell? We had a reverse. This is classic. A nice breakout over reclaiming your EMAs, retesting trend. That reversal sets off of the retest. Oh, then we're going to pair it with a key level breakout, the M200. Then the trend retests and holds again? GameStop. Why didn't you buy Newegg at 10? I begged, and it went up to 140. And is still tracking. And this is in theme. They could have been selling computer parts. Oh. Ryan, you should onboard me as an investment advisor. That would be a dream come true. Holy shit. I would consider my life complete. Check. That would be amazing. But here we are. And I'm looking at Funko a little bit right now. Not that I don't like Funko as much as Newegg, but you gotta start somewhere, I guess. It's pretty cheap, so I'm sure Power Pack revenue pays for that in itself. Scared Money Cohen, people call him, though, which is pretty brutal. And we all know about scared money. Scared money don't make money. Unfortunately. Scared money sometimes still loses money, though. Also unfortunate. But, we're in a good spot. And, I think there's a long runway here. I don't think any of us really grasp, the potentiality of all this. Right? But again, these things take so much time. Well, But I wouldn't doubt if we're only a quarter way into this little journey of ours, right? And that's even going to depend on you and your own life. Like, you don't really ever need to leave. Remember that time I gave perfect exits this morning? Remember that time I got everybody to sell before it dumped down after a week-long run? Shit. Yeah, what do you do, though? I'll be back again tomorrow and the next day. I don't think we'll have a potential setup for some time. It could be a couple days until we get another entry model. But the runners, we can leave runners run, right? We've got 25% left, and that's good enough, right? Still maintaining exposure if anything does happen, but it was just too likely that this was going to happen to leave yourself fully exposed. You got to lock in some of those profits. Right? These are down from 144 to 106. 101. That it's just lost a third of its value, right? And that's why you have to scale out, because this shit don't last forever. Staircase up, elevator down. Brutal. Yeah, well, we probably still get an earnings gap up. Maybe 8%. What is Market Chameleon pricing in? Because if you look at the options chain, it basically tells you. The predicted movement after earnings announcement was 14.5 based on the options chain. On the average versus the average, the actual earnings move was 15.1 in absolute terms. Wow. The options market overestimated GameStop's move 58% of the time over the last 12 quarters, though. So everybody's too bullish, but rightfully so. Plus or minus, of course. That's could be a minus, but that's still a very volatile move. 15% is massive, right? So last time going into earnings, our IV was 64.5, right? And then after we dropped to 45, massive crush, 30% crush. 5 days, 51, coming back a little bit, right? So the average implied volatility crush, 13%. Oof. So even if we do gap up, the IV is going to be a lot to overcome. Doesn't mean you can't make money, just a lot of risk. All right, but on that note, it's a good time to sell calls. Now, if you can size in a little bit ahead of time, that's fine if you want, or you can wait for confirmation because there is a good chance GameStop gaps up and then bleeds down as everyone takes profits on the long side of the trade, piles in on the short side, market maker hedges downwards, and we have the same thing that always happens for about the 15th quarter in a row. Probably more than that. I don't know. Long time. Easy come, easy go on low volume, though, right? Like, it's not, doesn't really mean anything. Is like, we need lots of volume, right? We want 200 million a day. Well, I prefer like over 20 million. I'm looking 50 million. I'm definitely paying attention. 100 million, it's happening. 200 million, this is crazy, right? Like it's happened at 200 million. It's probably over. Like that's too much volume, right? We could be on the decline if we have that much volume at that point, right? Because they probably rinsed through all their shorts and are now starting to hammer down again after a hedge flip. No big orders today? Everybody's just hanging out or what? Everybody's just so excited. Oh my god, the market is down a little bit after 8 days of green. It retraced by 0.01%. Oh my god. It's crazy. I do like actual data though. That's fantastic. Love GameStop advertisements so I can see what's happening with the company. That's awesome. You know. Not all things go forever. But as long as GameStop can hold this 1 day 50, pretty bullish on continuation, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we can cool off into earnings, it basically confirms a gap up, in my opinion. But it's when it runs too hot right into earnings that's like, man, this is going to gap down for sure. Typically, just always going the opposite way of the market, specifically on earnings reports. Now, I do earnings reports for other companies. I'm not really going to advertise that here, at least until you guys are making buco bucks and are bored. But yeah, it's like typically the opposite way is the right way. And that's just the burning the masses, classic stuff. Imagine that, burning retail. And that's what a crazy thing to realize is that's the only reason so many people have been able to accumulate such an extent of wealth is because the masses have so much wealth accumulatively. And I know they think, oh, I'm just a little fry. That's a billionaire. Holy shit. If you could just grasp, your collective power, um, it's there. It's extensive. And that's why it's important to get, everybody hitting correctly. Like I know if you want to swing trade, that's really good. If you're looking to get into options, I got you covered. Of course, you could min max past what I'm willing to teach people. Very low risk plays. I don't. I keep it in the money. I tie it with an entry model. Right. This is just, trying to magnify some exposure to an entry model, which dies. Right. Like not all things go forever, and you never want to hold an option to expiry, in my opinion. Right. Like getting out of it early is the way, right? You pass that hot potato to someone else. So always like, when I buy my options, how do we do this? Boom. Okay. So, um, here's like a scale, right? And then here's a theta decay curve, right? Where it's decaying more aggressively at the end of its life. Like this is the days to expiry on the bottom, DTE. This is not a very good pen and it goes away. But the closer you get to expiry, the more your theta is percentage-wise of your position, right? So I'm always trying to dodge the latter half of the curve and then, buying extra time. Like, so if my, uh, the event I want to sell at, earnings, is 30 days away, I'm going to buy, 60 to 90 days worth of time because earnings is right here. I'm going to buy extra time so I'm not suffering this. Because if I only buy 30 days, right, and earnings is right here on the 30 days, and then my theta is so massive into the event, right? So I'm buying extra time. So my event is in the front third of my entirety's contract's life. And then you're not suffering, that downside. And if you can couple that with an entry model, you get price improvement or, delta exposure as well. And all is well. And that's really basic stuff, like very easy to do. Something that I can't believe not everybody knows how to do yet, right? But here we are. So it'll be my pleasure. And of course, you can do better than me. Absolutely. Like, I'm sure there's people who had the contracts go 300 to 500%, just on min maxing the expiry date and the strike, right? But it's more important to just have confirmed wins, and then you can build off of that as you you build an understanding, and what's good and what's bad, and try to make it a little bit better, right? By a couple percentage points each time, maybe. Right? It's not super straightforward, but it's easy enough, right? GameStop's always going to have earnings. It's always going to have a pre-earnings run up, given the market's not absolutely dumping. And we know this, right? Like, we've watched IV rip up over and over again into earnings and then dump after earnings. And again, it's not just GameStop. Like, this is market wide. So you can take this with you elsewhere if you wanted. Not that you'll need to. I think GameStop's probably the best place to be, but if you ever, were maybe diversifying your portfolio post-squeeze, you could say you own a bunch of NVIDIA post-squeeze, because you're diversifying or whatever stock, earnings is up. You could sell cover calls on elevated IV, right? It's not just GameStop that has elevated IV during earnings. It's everything. And the play, the entry model, it's all the same. Nothing really changes other than the underlying stock, right? Right. The entry model is the same. The scale out and exit's the same. Also, when things get really, really bullish, sideways becomes the new down. And we were sideways yesterday. And if we are sideways today, so yeah, I don't think like a retest of the 1-day 50 is out of the question. But I do still expect a rejection on the 200 like we had here, right? This bar was just a hard pump into and reject. I would expect that again, and then maybe we break. But that would be post earnings. So, like earnings gap up into it, post earnings sell off or profit taking, which will happen, and then maybe we go. But again, I don't want to be, even my crazy, I'm like, oh, that's 26, that's too high. I see someone was posting. They're like, "Oh yeah, here's the GameStop technicals. It's 90% correlation." What? Settle down. Right? That is crazy. But I'm never gonna get on Super Stonk talking shit to the Ultimator. He's the one who gets you on there, right? He's the boss these days. And that's, to be honest, the only way we really grow this community is getting onto Super Stonk. But let's make you guys some money first, right? And then you'll be happy, and then you'll have belief, right? So you can maybe do testimonial or something to them. And then just to have the community stop losing money, you know, that's number one. And then the leak, once the leak is fixed, you know, they can start to help support the price of GameStop instead of suppress it. Because I know they don't realize they're doing that. They think they're supporting the company by going long on it, but you know, they're just building call walls that are impossible for us to break. They're brutal. Yeah, maybe that's our trend retest here, the 4-hour 21. I don't mind that. That's a nice looking chart here. And you know how we're watching, I showed you guys Newegg's reversal, how it went from $10 to 130. You know, that is in the cards for us, right? But we need some serious volume and some sustained volume. Who was talking about those 25s earlier that I said was a bad idea? I hope they listened. What do you do? 2 hours still till close. That's substantial. That's quite a bit of time. A lot can happen from now till then. It's just such a slow day, though, right? Like, even on Reddit, there's just nothing. Were those yours? Oh, no. I thought that was the guy above you who was upset. Shit. Oh, but those were cheap, though. Those were cheap. I forgot. Those were like dirt cheap. They were like $3. Oh, the fist. They're only $2. Shit. I gotta go let my dog out. I'll be right back. Yeah, maybe I'll buy some. All right, we're back. Adam Aaron has a stroke. Price goes up. Well, that actually makes sense. Like, finally, we'll get a new CEO. Something good might happen. I'm sorry. I hope Adam. I hope you're okay, Adam. Many apologies. I'm such a douchebag. Oh my god, that cannot be true. No, I mean there's zero volume here. There's less volume than GameStop. Market is just messy today. That's crazy. We found support there. I wonder why. Obviously, the market's seen the line I had drawn. Mm. We love it, the goofy, huh? So thanks for jumping in, everybody. Leave a like if you don't mind. It helps out. Join the community Discord for real-time notifications, which is pretty cool. Because, well, you're here. If you're here on the live, you'll get them as well. If they happen during the day, of course. But if I'm like not on the live stream, the Discord is going to have live updates. You know, I'm buying this, I'm selling that, or ID, you know, just whatever, talking shit, sharing stuff. And I'm also on Twitch in the mornings, in the evenings, playing Magic, playing Battlefield, watching movies and TV shows, right? Hanging out. And yeah, I just hope you're having a great day. I hope you made some gains on this run. Obviously, nobody wants to say that it's over, but it's probably just in a little bit of a cool down phase here for a bit. We talked about bullish continuation on the 4 hour potentially there, right? So I think, we could continue to run after a little bit of a cool down into earnings, get a gap up, and then a trend retest post earnings sell off. Now, I call this sell off because everybody's going long on earnings. And like I took my profits today, but some people, and I still have some runners that will continue to take profits on, but everybody is fully taking profits post gap up. Like if, okay, GameStop does gap up and, people are in, boom, morning opens, everybody's selling, right? Specifically their options, and then the market maker de-hedges those longs, right? And then you get post earnings gap up sell off. I think that'll bring us into like a trend retest, and then we can go. I like how I show you with my hands instead of just doing it with the chart. Well, that's what happens when he gets a coffee. I will admit, the YouTube Live has increased my coffee intake, but I'm not opposed to it. I like it's okay. I don't mind. Maybe we should stand up for a bit. Aziz, height. I don't think that's what he said in the movie. Oh, that's better. That is better. So much room for activities. My hip was giving me some trouble yesterday evening, so we should be standing more. Mm. It's all in the hips. Yeah. When I was younger in grade school, I think it was just our school district or maybe specific phys ed teacher, but for like years and years and years, like growing up, penny, nickel, dime, quarter, loonie as a Canadian. Right? You did that with your hips, right? The front one was the penny, and then the nickel, like a clock would do. And then when you do loony, you go all the way around. That is burnt in my brain. And I'm a fully developed adult now. Well, not I don't know about developed fully, but I'm quite old, so it's still up there though. Some things stick with you. Like every time I do a hip stretch to this day, I that goes off in my head. It's crazy. I tried to look it up online. I thought it was like a national craze or phenomenon. It wasn't. I think that was pretty local. I should have signed my yearbook that way. Thinking back, that would have been lit. Penny, nickel, dime, quarter, loony. Ah. And then, of course, eventually we got the toonie, right? But by then we were all doing our own stretches. Let's see if we can reclaim our EMAs here. Right. Trending below. Not always a good thing. Well, really ever a good thing, but unless you're looking for a cool down. Right. Sometimes, you're looking for a re-entry potentially, or just watching for continuation. It's crazy how excited everybody was yesterday compared to today. Isn't that interesting? Jesus. Oh my God, we went down 0.05%. What was this? Like, what was it actually? Even from the order block down, 3%. From the market structure, 2. And then the true breakdown, only 1. Which could, by all means, recover. SPY potentially breaking down here quite a bit. Like, this is an aggressive bar. As a bearish reversal, if I've ever seen it. This is not good for the afternoon. Buckle up to your butts. We're going to bleed down. If you didn't take your profits, it's not too late. Please do. We're going to be back again and again and again and again. And I'll hold your hands through the whole fucking thing. Right? Come on, children. We're crossing traffic. Let's see how GameStop withholds this. And also, let's see if we can find any support here. We're going to meet Satan. Holy. Maya, what are you yelling at me for? Meow. Now that is a roaring kitty. Holy. Now that's a powerful cat. So you know how we look for breaks above our buy side because there's going to be new limit orders here. There's going to be stop losses for shorts here. It's the same, but the opposite from a sell side liquidity, right? So there's going to be a lot of long stop losses right below it. Anyone who's long on the stock is going to put their stop loss right below, right? And anyone who wants to go short on the market is going to wait to enter that short side until this breaks down. So once that does happen, you have both of those things happen together, and you get an exacerbative move down. And it's just not great, right? Or up, depending on, whether you're breaking a buy side to the up or a sell side to the down. Furthermore, we had a bullish order block right here. This was a bullish order block supporting price. It broke down, invalidated, re-entered, right? It broke down here, re-entered, activating it now to a bearish breaker block, which is just, further conviction on downside expansion. Not great. So at this point, the market's clearly picked a direction. Can we relief rally into an EMA and then reject again, right? That will happen at some point here. We'll get a brief reprieve and then more of the same. I would assume, we're going to enter into this fair value gap, right? Because it's not active yet. Grab some liquidity and mark our way down, right? We'll see. Maybe it just bleeds down. Was there any news? Didn't you hear Adam Aaron? This is the S&P 500, not AMC. Okay, do it now. Do it again. What was that? What's that? Meow. I told you that is a powerful cat. I don't know about a roar. It's definitely a screech or a howl, though. Howling kitty. All right, finally, some buyers stepping in here. And GameStop didn't really suffer that anomaly. They did almost preemptively, right? GameStop sold off first, recovered, and then the market sold off. Interesting. You can use GameStop as a precursor to trade zero DTEs. I didn't say it. Someone said that. Now that's tinfoil. I'm lost when I start saying stuff like that. Some people try to use futures to trade S&P 500 dailies or SPX. It's too much. It's too much tuna. I mean, everybody finds their way, though, right? And if you can, you found a stream that provides fish for you, that's all. That's good. That's all you need. Even if it's outlandish. All right, let's see if we can gain access to this fair value gap for that rejection, which we're looking for, right? Oops. Maybe into the EMA, which we're going to have to hurry up and do. Meanwhile, GameStop, in a riveting development, is up 1 cent. It's actually trading at parity to the last minute. It's not up even 1 cent. But, it just goes to show how important it is to take advantage of periods of high volume or increased liquidity, because it's not an everyday thing, right? All right, here we go. Right, let's activate this bearish fair value gap. And then I would assume reject off the 21 exponential for, potential further, double bottom probably at least. Okay, we're activated, we're rejecting. Right, you see the box goes from a solid outline to a dotted outline, indicating that price has retraced back into it, activating it. Lots of traders waiting to take entry here. Right, they see the market break down, but they want, a better entry than just chasing. So here it is. Of course, this entry model will be invalidated if we break that fair value gap to the upside. Right, not all things are set in stone. They're just high percentage chances. Right. We're also utilizing it on the 1 minute chart, which, is its own problem. But you were seeing it play out, just as we'd expect. But to what extent it continues, it's hard to say. But boom, that's it right there. Let's see if we can test these bottoms here. Nice. Classic. And that's why I trade this way. Because it works for me. Yeah, if I ever am bearish on GameStop, I'll just would rather play puts on the S&P 500. Just because there's such poor liquidity on GameStop that the bid ask on a lot of these option contracts, it's just abysmal. The spread is too much. GameStop breaking up, market structure shift. Ooh, on low volume. So I mean, again, it's the weight we want to put on this is very, very little, but it's still there. If it had more volume, it would be worth more because then there's actual structure, but still happening. which again, we want to say this is a precursor to the broader market. Are we going to get ourselves a blowout of this top here? So you're telling me after you just spent the entire morning preaching about how GameStop wasn't the entire market, that you're using it as a precursor to trade the SPY? The duality, you can't escape it. No, I mean, but typically it's not like all these things move together through global liquidity. Like you could pull up any chart, it's going to have the same patterns today for the most part. Hey, did you guys watch last night's YouTube video? What were we in last night? PLRZ. Quick brag. PLRZ. See. Yesterday we made a YouTube video about this. And we were filming it right here. And I was like, yeah, let's get people in on this, right? And then while I was filming live, we popped up. And I was like, wow, that's a crazy candle. Right? It'd be crazy if it did more than 25%. For the rest of the evening, it ran to $21. It's beautiful. Anyways, those are in the other videos I do, all again for free. And that's why I can trade GameStop the way, you'll see here, is because I have so much time and experience with the rest of the market, which actually has structure to trade, unlike low volume nothingness, which it is what it is. The volume will hit it at some point. And if you do watch those videos, you'll understand why the low volume is so important. It's just boring to watch because it really comes down to relative volume, right? And now that's going to be your current day volume compared to your historical volume of either 20 days or 30 days, whatever. And then you get like a ratio of that, right? And that's your relative volume. So the lower average you can have, and then when fresh volume hits it, like those big volume days, 20 to 100 million volume, that's going to be a high relative volume in comparison to your average. And the more skewed apart you can have that ratio, the more price appreciation that you'll have, right? So we love a low daily average volume and then a lot of fresh volume to hit it. That'll move the stock infinitely more so than that same amount of volume on a higher daily average. So that's a lot of what I do is I look for low daily average stocks that have a catalyst. And now the catalyst is important because that's what drives the volume to the stock, which is going to, produce that relative volume for us. And we'll get price appreciation out of that most times, as long as, of course, there is an entry model and the catalyst will need to be bullish, obviously. And that's the whole thing. And I learned how to do that because of GameStop, because of the original squeeze. What happened? What were, the mechanics that led to that, right? So it goes around and around, where GameStop taught me how to day trade successfully, and then day trading successfully taught me how to trade GameStop successfully. And around we go. The market rejecting that breakdown, reclaiming both EMAs, as we kind of talked about here. But that's, that's such bullshit to even say. Like, I should not even have that leave my mouth, but coincidental, let's say. Let's see if we can reclaim this breaker block, or it's going to reject down from it. Because that looks strong as all hell. Like, that's a quick recovery. Rejecting VWAP for sure, right? There's no way we reclaim VWAP. You should be making money. It's just, I guess, maybe difficult for people who are leading fulfilling lives. Like, my life is this is it. It's pretty sad, but that is the reality. So a lot of people, they've got families that they spend time with, and kids, and busy careers, etc. They don't necessarily have the time to map all this out, right? So that's what I'm happy to do for you guys. Intraday, it's pretty boring. We're just keeping busy, tracking macro trends basically, while we wait for anything substantial to happen. And there's long days, and it only takes, like, it took me a minute and a half to close out my trades earlier, right, to take profits, and then there's like another 8 hours of trading to do. So hanging out, I understand, people go out and do stuff, but I like to stay on the pulse, right? Eyes on QLCS tonight. QCLS? I shouldn't even say it out loud. Eyes on GameStop. Always, and that's it. Forever. But I like to be aware, of what's moving, right? Because all things are relevant. And then, like, even there's different themes in the market week to week. Like, some weeks are high short interest plays that are moving. Other weeks, it's all about earnings, or biotech companies, or this week is robotic companies, for example. We had quantum be a massive theme here recently. So I like to be aware of all of that. And then, just like, what is the general market doing? Where are we now? Or is it we just trending upwards, unyielding green days? Or, is it a downtrend test like we kind of seen have happen, which it looks like we broke up from? And, can we have that confirmed now? And then how, all of this, how does that relate to my GameStop position, right? And then, my entry models based off of that. So even though I'm looking at all these things, it's for the betterment of my core position, I assure you. And my overall bias on the market is bullish into next week's rate cut or rate decision. We can't guarantee that it's a cut. It would appear that one would be coming up. And last time Jay Powell spoke, he's like, market's too hot for a cut. So then the market pulled back right away. But now, it looks like the cut's back in the play. So I think the market is kind of baking all of that in, which is, that's going to be bullish. We see reverse repo all-time low, which is, again, pretty bullish as far as a broader market bias goes. Me? Yeah. The cat has some words for me today. She's everywhere. She'll get you. I mean, it doesn't look great. Still pretty early in the day, though. Another hour and a half almost. You know, basically looking for the 21 to hold. If it doesn't, I'd be pretty nervous here. You want the 21 to hold, you want to reclaim VWAP in the 200, invalidate this buy side and order block, and then, you know, if you can invalidate this buy side, it'd be the same as when we invalidated the sell side, right? Where you get nice expansion out of it. So too, if we broke above this, you know, then we get a little oomph out of it. Yeah, and learning, like, if you don't know, like, the learning process could take some time, right? Like, just don't be too hard on yourself. It's okay to watch and learn, and slowly I'll have it, you know, become part of your puzzle. Or not, just trade shares. I mean, I don't really care. You could use my entry models for shares too. Like, it's going to be the same. Just far less risk, but also less reward, which is fine. It's really the options that support or move the price of GameStop the way we'd like it to. So it's good to know when people are, you know, piling in on options and when they're scaling out and maybe going short or selling covered calls or just calls in general. I guess I don't know if they're covered or not. Because it's going to move the underlying price of the stock. Right, and if those are just your common shares, then it still kind of matters to you, right? So it's worth learning even just for the knowledge base, because it still affects you. But, you know, I'm totally on board with people who just are like holding for the squeeze too. You know, you wait until the 200 million volume day. You know, it's $60 or $80. I don't know. Maybe it's whatever. You can literally just hold on for that day and, you know, scale out, and, you know, now you've outdone any investments that there really is. Right? What are you getting on a savings account? And you can just treat GameStop like your savings account, except you pull out your investment squeeze day on 200 million volume. Cheers, homie. Hope you're having a good day. So the 21 holding, and, you know, if we can reclaim this high, that's looking a lot like an order block to me, right? But we want to see an impulsive move over this high. VWAP's a big ordeal, though, right? This is a massive point of price separation. Right? Kind of see us bouncing underneath it and then bouncing above it. Right? Now probably maybe bouncing underneath it. So it acts as that area of separation between, you know, bullish structure and bearish structure. But, you know, we're above the 21 and 50, which is really good. You know, it's just not great that we're pinned down by VWAP there, I guess. GameStop's reversal has happened. It's just There's nothing here. There is no volume at all. We're at 4.8 on the day. There's an hour left. I don't even know if we'll hit 6. We might. Which is still not great, right? We could use a lot more than that. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We needed some food, some snacks. I was getting very hungry. So like a double steak sandwich, right? A single just won't do. GameStop isn't doing a goddamn thing. Like, should I refresh the chart? What's happening? I'm a monster. I gotta eat in private. You should see him feast. He's like a mantis. Well, that's good. I like that. Dr. Mantis Toboggan, MD. Does anyone watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I got my Wada hundreds, my Magnum condoms. I'm ready to plow. The order book's not even moving. They're pre-halting. That's actually funny. That's something you'd hear on Super Stonk. All right, I'm back. was delicious. Top notch. GameStop break of structure here. Let's challenge the 200. In spite of SPY's weakness. My goodness. We have exactly 1 hour. Power hour, supposedly. People like to call it, but not wrong. The first hour is pretty aggressive as well. Right? It's, you know, start of day, end of day liquidity rushes. Which I'm surprised we're still seeing as we go into the 24-hour trading. Oh, man, I've got some beef in the teeth. We got it. We're good. So, you know, honestly, we're going to reject the 200 here. There's no way we don't. Looks good, though. There it is. Typically, I'd say, you know, we're just going buying up dips pre-earnings, but unless the SPY can recover, I don't know. Right, because this does have a bearish order block forming. Not really any new data points to go over today. Literally at all.
This is an absolute no. Even though she fits, this is an absolute no. Even though she fits in the box, it's a no. This would be a yes. Hey guys, this is Keith from 41782, and I'm going to talk to you today about our first ever Trade Anything Day that will be happening this Saturday, December 6th. So whatever you trade in, you get $5 store credit for that item. You could either use it that day in store, or if there's nothing you want to get at the time, we could put it on a trade card for you that could be used at another time at any location. All right, a lot of you have been asking what you can bring in.
A jar full of human teeth?
No, we are not taking small children, so you cannot trade in your brother or sister. I think they're worth maybe a little more than $5, and that's our offer. Maybe you'll get 10 for them somewhere. Maybe kinetic sand, you know, fun sand, something like that. Regular sand probably wouldn't go over so well. Clothing, used clothing may not be too bad. Some clothing, it's best to keep it with you. This one wants to trade in a jar full of human teeth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. No.
Well, it's priceless.
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry that you want to trade your mother-in-law. We had one that wants to donate a kayak. That would be a no. It wouldn't fit in the box. Somebody else wants to donate an Audi. You could just leave that for me. I'll take it. Somebody wants to trade their Switch 2 for a grandma. Fortunately, we don't sell grandmas. You can trade in your Switch 2 if you like, but no grandmas for sale here. Okay,
Gilf Hunter 64.
Taxidermy.
Excuse me?
I'm kind of interested to see what they want to bring. As long as it can fit in this box, you know, we may take it. As long as it's not a head. I'm Keith. Thanks for watching. See you Saturday.
Fucking Keith. What a guy. Good for him. See you in February. Oh, get wrecked, Super Stonk. They don't like that. Womp, womp, womp. Shit. Ah, man. Yeah, I don't think we'll break 19. Don't get me wrong. Retracement post earnings, though? Yeah. SPY continuing to break down. He seems like a good store manager, though. I don't know if he is the manager of the store, but a decent employee nonetheless. He's been around doing GameStop posts for some time. He was doing those Pokemon posts, right? With that other YouTuber. It's the little things. I think we had a sell off into end of day here, maybe. Breaking VWAP, failing to reclaim, very bearish, right? So at this point, I would expect, maybe this low to blow out. And it looks like that breaker block is holding, right? From earlier. Forming even another order block within it. Ugh, gross. It's not good. These 23s are still alive. If anyone is not scaled out yet, you have the opportunity still, which is awesome. Which just means good entries, right? When the market turns against you, but your positions are still green. Very good entries. Lots of sells flashing too. Rejecting the 200 as expected. We could definitely maybe find support here, but doesn't look good. That's crazy. SMX was the one today. Holy Nikes. $60 to $120. From its original 4 just the other day. If only someone had walked people through that trade on their YouTube. I don't know. Did you guys know anyone who did that? Oh, wait, you must, because you're all here. That's crazy, though. No, I didn't expect that. How have they not done an offering, right? They got to definitely do an offering at that price. because that is buco. Slow day. Slow day. It is what it is, though. I need to buy chapstick is what I need. Hopefully GameStop squeezes. You seen the price of Burt's Bees? Holy, take out a loan. Yeah. I have to run to town quickly, get a couple appointments taken care of. Well, it's still a weekday, and then we're gonna be back on Twitch later. Probably watch some movies, play some games. I gotta film a Magic video. I have to film a GameStop video, and do my trading recap as well. Do some gloating, right? And that's really how these people I think are getting successful. Is like, oh, look what I can do! Look what I can do! Right? So I just need to be posting, this earnings play from start to finish for people. Maybe I'll stitch all the different call outs I did for them together, and be like, then it consolidates them into one post, right? Where you can see, oh, this guy told us to add, and he told us to buy more, and then he told us to buy more. Then he told us what to look out for to make sure that the trade holds up, so we don't need to, trigger stop losses. And then, always telling us to scale out along the way, and gives us a strategy for that, right? And then just like, be posting that all over the place. Penny, nickel, dime, quarter, loony. See, I can't do it without. I don't think anyone can. It's like when you do like the pat your head, rub your belly thing. You can't put your hips in a circle and not say it. It's involuntary, right? Was it an offering? No, obviously not. It's just halted up. Sorry, I got excited. I would not want to be short on that company. Jesus. GameStop rejecting the 200 finally. Slow but surely. $45 minutes left till close. Well, let's make something of it. Typically, you get a bigger movement right into close. 45 minutes is still quite a bit. That last 15 minutes, though, gets a little bit more aggressive then for sure. We've arrived at our destination. No, ground floor. Anyways, like I said, not really much going on today. Very little. You know, we got the GameStop trade in anything day, which is pretty cool. Gets people in the store, right? And that's the big thing. This is obviously dog shit. There's no way we're going to 16. That's crazy. Does it mean that we don't like run into earnings and reject that? I honestly think we probably will, but you know, I don't want to be the bad guy either. But how could I be? I've got us 100% gains on the run up. You're scaled out. You have exposure. You're good. I can talk my shit. I should, it's okay. We're okay. And yeah, like there's nothing. There's not a lot. Let's check on IV. I would expect it to be down today. It's up substantially so. Well, not really. We were kind of like at 64 yesterday as a high, to 65 today. So, getting into earnings up 2 today, right? So you can just kind of see the difference there. Only 53 percentile rank. So, a lot of potential room to grow on that IV, but you still scale out at the highs based on your technicals, right? And there's just, bearish reversal signal here today. Failed to reclaim, and you're failing to reclaim again. So, it's just not good. Very bad, but we still have a few days until earnings, right? Like what was today, Thursday? Yes, so we still have tomorrow, right? And then Monday and Tuesday, right? So, a little pullback's fine. I would expect a pullback until like an earnings gap up, right? And then there's going to be like, I would assume, a sell-off, right? Because people are going to take their profits. I would definitely be taking the rest of my profits at that point. I would never hold any of these contracts post-earnings, right? You sell them morning open on that post-earnings call, and you still have already scaled out 90% ahead of time before the earnings call. Well, everything was still elevated. So yeah, like a pullback is fine, as long as the, what is this, 2250 holds, that 1 day 50, 1 day 50 or the 4 hour 200, I think, right? Yeah, as long as those are chilling, I think we're okay. And then we're going to have, at that point, we're going to digest earnings, what's the collectible revenue? What's the hardware revenue? How many leases have we trimmed out? SG&A obviously improving, things like that, right? There's not really too much to look at. And then it's, okay, well, status quo, right? No forward guidance. Not great. Probably, a bit of a bleed off and until, momentum resets, and, then we'll have another entry model, obviously, off of that bullish reversal signal post momentum reset. Just wait for confirmation again, and then try to load up on an appropriate play, depending on where we are time wise. Right, like I don't know, time and price wise, I guess, right? But we'll do our best, right? I'm sure we'll find something, right? Maybe we'll get a Ryan or a Greg tweet. That's always pretty decent. And maybe we get another revenue stream announced. Holy Toledo's, wouldn't that be neat? Or even, maybe more slab partners to alleviate any inventory issues for the power packs. Because I've seen the lunar packs are sold out. Which is crazy. Whether or not they're really sold out or they just pulled them because of another issues, it's hard to really know, but let's just say that they're sold out because they did so well. I mean, we've seen lots of people buying them, so that makes sense, right? And I doubt they were losing money on them. But, I mean, if you wanted to play devil's advocate, I think that's the angle. So when you have the 200 cross VWAP, typically it shows continuation in the current trend. So the 200 breaking below VWAP here is very bearish, right? As far as a trend continuation into end of day. Typically you look for that a little earlier on in the day, not in the last half hour, but still that's how I read that. And if it's the opposite, if you have the 200 crossing VWAP, the price has obviously been trending above and would lead to bullish continuation. RSI on the 4-hour coming down. And then the 4-hour PMO looking risky biscuits here, right? And this was always our exit here. We just got a little extra than we expected. Right? This was always our perceived exit. We just got more than we expected. Very boring day. And that's the thing, it's kind of always sad to sell your position, right? And even though, gains are gains and that's great, but it's like, man, where's the next play, right? Where's the rest of my gains? Which is why we leave runners, right? You leave a little bit. But you know, it's good to be hungry, I guess, and we'll be vigilant for another entry model. Which I do think would be post earnings sell off. As long as, the market permits it. It could turn back, but I think with the rate cut on the way, I think it looks good. Right? Maybe we hit 700 for Christmas on the S&P 500, not GameStop. 700. Now that is a price I would take. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have price targets for GameStop to the upside. The 200 on the 1 day. What price is that? It's like $23.50 or something. $23.90. 24. Each day it gets lower by a little bit. See, we had this hard rejection last time. I would expect something similar. Man, I'm getting tired. I only had 3 coffees today. I think yesterday we had 4 or 5. We killed it yesterday. Yeah, SMX is a dirty dog. We've been watching that since, like $6 or something? Thinking it's bullshit the entirety of its lifespan, but, it is what it is. The market loves to be irrational. It's impressive what a little hype will do in the market. SMX did a PR blitz campaign, putting out 10 to 15 press releases every day for about a week. And it was quite bullish news. Nothing I'd ever touch now, but I feel like we're watching paint dry. Literally. So painful. Another half hour. Woof. Literally putting me to sleep. What do you do though? It's calm until it's not. Not that I expect that today, right? It's not going to come before earnings. But maybe after earnings, we get an entry model and then maybe we can push that up. Well, less unusual. Again, you got to remember that GameStop's position, it becomes a little bit better day by day, right? Every single additional day they get 4.5 on their cash. They're better off than the day before. So, one would expect those green day streaks to, kind of expand. It is still a lot for any stock to go up consistently that much, but I would assume that it would become easier to do throughout the journey of a turnaround. The boredom intensifies. That's pretty well made, though. This is where opening power packs would be great. Just during the dead time. Hi, Maya. Maya disagrees with you. Did you hear her protest? She said, no, I don't think so. I told him, Maya. One 119's for the 23's not that bad. High of 144. We're in at 99 cents. And then tomorrow, I would actually expect flow to be bullish as people would be piling in, specifically in the afternoon, for any catalyst that comes about on the weekend. which they always predict. Um, Typically, you'd want to dodge any theta and just come in on Monday. But if there is something that gaps the market up, you would want to be in ahead of time. But I don't think that's necessarily likely. However, I'm pretty sure the market is gonna, you know, push towards that, and then we'll have like probably like a Friday up. Probably nothing happens over the weekend, so it's a Monday down, and then Tuesday up in anticipation. Then earnings gap up, then sell off as people take profits into a trend retest, and then I don't know. That point, it just we get in probably into this slow streak of ups again. $1 billion. Well, it would definitely cause the stock to run just on the PR. And then later on, it could definitely cause buy pressure for sure. And then maybe he recalls shares, and then there's additional pressure that's put on the stock. I don't know why Burry would really buy any GameStop personally. However, that he's done it before. He's done he's done it once, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm mostly just interested in his recommendation to the board. I'm very interested in that. And I think that in itself is going to be a bullish catalyst, which was this December, which is good to grasp. Now, I do think that they probably have already had this conversation. I think that Burry and Ryan have already spoken about this. And I think that's why Burry went from, I got a post on GameStop this Sunday night to, I got a GameStop post later on in December, as Ryan said, hey, you got to let this earnings play out and then you can come online, right? It's either that or he was going to grift people and it was just straight up farming them into his Substack with like a low effort post. And the whole community was like, Michael Burry is farming us with a low effort post. And he was like, oh shit, I actually have to provide value to the company and I'm going to put something together. That's going to take some more time, right? Those are kind of like my two opinion, or I don't know, like that's how I see that playing out, one of those two ways. Because he definitely was going to make a post on Sunday. He said he was, and then it was like, no, can't do it. It's got to be later. So he either was speaking to Ryan ahead of time, right? And Ryan was like, just wait, right? It's not the time, Burry. Or it was going to be low effort farming, and then he realized people were like not going to fall for it, so he's like actually going to provide value, which is good. Either way is good. And that's just, me needing a narrative off of my bias, right? We all do it. I was giving Buddy hell for it earlier, but now look at me go. Either way, it's a bullish catalyst, right? Something that should drive volume, right? If Burry comes out and he says do a share buyback, what do you think is going to happen to the stock price? It's going to go up for GameStop to buy expensive shares or cheap shares? Will it go down? I think it would go up the moment that news hit. And then you'd have real buy volume that's post, news algorithm pop. And of course, I'm sure retail piles in as well, right? Burry could be enough to convince Wall Street bets to come around. But I honestly think we already, most of them already know enough to check in, right? But it could it's not necessarily about their core group, but about everybody who visits the site, right? Because I'm pretty sure their daily volume's higher than Superstonks. Not that I don't even go there, but I guess it would probably attract additional retail investors. Oh, sorry, I meant to say would squeeze the stock immediately. We'd all be rich, and then it, hooray! I'm being facetious. I'm just kidding. But that's what content creators are supposed to say, right? It's looking like snow tonight. Oh my gosh. Better put the winter tires on. GameStop continues to trend sideways, which is fine. I mean, we're sideways at 23. Not terrible. And then, okay, so we can look at Max Payne. That's tomorrow. It's what, 22.50 or something? Which, sometimes we do trend above. $21.50 on the whole chain. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Mr. Market Maker. But, that's good for us next week, right? Is it really? Crazy. So yeah, back again tomorrow, same time, same place. Freaky Friday. Hopefully something fun happens. Maybe we can buy together a small lotto if you're interested. If you have profits already, if you've already got profits with me, then maybe we'll take a little lotto tomorrow afternoon. Buy some 0-day expiries on GameStop on the cheap. Maybe get a Friday afternoon run as people pile in on options, and we can make a quick getaway for some weekend lunch money. In and out like a demon's whisper, right? No one's gonna know. Max Payne. Oh, so you believe capitulation and margin call is real? Yeah. Do I think it's gonna happen anytime soon? No. Okay, so I think capitulation is 100% real. A margin call, maybe on a smaller fund. I don't think anyone's getting margin called really, though. Again, they could be short the float multiple times over and just, rinse it out. It's not that much money to them. And that's why, it's little bit by little bit, right? To say that they're doubling down on shorts just blindly, I think is dangerous. There's a very good chance that legacy shorts are bleeding out slowly as we go. And that's why GameStop hasn't crashed to fucking 11 or 15, is because that continues to happen. And that's what supports the price. I think it's dangerous to say the only way this ends is if there's margin calls, right? There may be margin calls on smaller brokerages or funds, right? But the whole market it implodes somehow because of these shorts. Like, nah, I don't think so, dog. It could. Not anything I'm praying for. I don't want, that's people's 401k. When banks collapse, it's not bankers who starve, right? You know this. It's the citizens, not great. So, nothing that I have pre-baked into my manifestation. I see a path forward without that. They can continue to bleed. I'll continue to capitalize off volatility, and we'll continue to appreciate as a company over the long run. and they can continue to slowly wiggle their way out of legacy shorts behind the scenes without anyone being aware, while feeding the narrative that they're all just doubling down. Again, I don't know. However, with that being said, I do think it's a very, very long process that could take a very, very long time. Yeah, I'm happy with our exits this morning. Right on that market breakdown of the 200. Those are good exits. It's a good call out. Before, like, even giving people a little bit of time before it really broke down. Because I understand not everybody can react to the alert in that minute. There was like 2 hours there. Oh, no, more than that. That was like 3 hours. Hmm. 12 minutes. What's closing price? 22.96. Maybe tonight we can advertise that tomorrow we're looking for a 0-day play. Because what's better than doing a 0-day play? Advertising that you're going to do it ahead of time. If we can capitalize off of it, that would be a Chad play. To say that we're going to do it, then to do it in real time with it working out. Goodness gracious. Spy end of day rush? No way. That's what we want tomorrow. That last 15, 20 minutes. Let's see if this can accumulate into a little bit more. Good news is we've not fallen asleep yet on stream. Yet. I'm certain it'll happen one day. Yeah, that's aggressive. That is a nice little run. The cat thinks she can dig me out of my chair. Yeah, I think I'm going to hang out here instead, though. She makes a good set of bongos. Even though you're not supposed to do that to your cats, it's bad for their hips and arthritis if they get older. But she loves it. So we just do it a little bit. Anything new? Literally nothing today. It's a lot of cash. Selling at a price where you're willing to buy on high IV? Yup. Because we know 20 is basically the absolute low. 1980 or whatever, right? So it's, I think, really good. What's the expiry on those? $320 each times 10,000. Ooh, because there's 5,000 yesterday, another 5,000 today. 320K premium. Nice. But they also have to have Buco bucks chilling to buy those shares at 20. Remember, right? Like, what's the obligation on that? That's huge. It's like, what, 20 million obligation or something? Right? 'Cause it's 10,000 times 20 for 20K times 100. 2 million or 20 million? I refuse to carry the zeros. I'm just going to guess. Oh my God. At 2 million, it's pretty good return. You know, if you're getting 320K on 2 million, that's not bad. Just goes to show you that this person's focused on, like less than 15% gains. It's important. It's just such a large size. While your feet are stomping and the jam is pumping. You pretty pumped up, dude? Hey man, I don't mind the excitement. Good for you. I I don't get excited. It takes a lot to get me excited. I mean, I'll get there. Don't, but I like to have fun, but yeah, I need a real reason, man. The real question is how long um does Burry wait post earnings to do the GameStop thing? Market closing 55. 50. SPY up, GameStop down. Yep. Well, SPY's kind of down too, but GameStop is not really down. It's just all sideways, let's be honest. I mean, that's just how it should look. You know, I'm just zoomed in. It's today's been sideways trading, market wide, very boring. Little down, little up, little down, little up. GameStop had a lot of up yesterday, little down today. It's nothing. It's just like baby movements. SPY crushing it into close. Oh man, those calls would have printed. Holy. Just before we go, let's pull up some SPY calls. Oh, that's sorry, up here. These would have printed so hard. Create new chart. Pop it out. Let's go to the 1 minute. Zoom in. These went from $2 up to $55. Oh my God. That's what we want to do tomorrow with GameStop. Get something in really, really cheap. Just some cheap ass 0-day lottos and have a little baby run into close to swing them in the money. That's pretty awesome. Let's check out these. These ones went from $24 to $155 off this pump. Beautiful. So again, this is what we want to do tomorrow afternoon on GameStop. Just get a really cheap lotto, $2 to $20, right? Really cheap, and just try to, get some walking around money for the weekend. But that's going to be tomorrow Of course, join the Discord if you're not in there yet. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on our live streams every day this December. And hopefully, if things go well and are successful, we'll do it into the new year and hopefully into the end of time. Right, trying our best to take care of you guys. We got you some serious gains. 30% up to like 116% here, which is really good. 119% on our scale out. So I couldn't be happier for the way that the channel has started. I guess a little slow. There's not too many viewers here, but that's fine. Mostly, it's important that I'm able to showcase all of this for you for free, and then we're gonna compound that. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again, and the community should grow itself, right? So thank you so much. Have a fantastic day, and I'll see you all again in the next. Take care. Now, how do you end this